Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Garnet Sports Network. I'm Matt Fine with some college baseball for you today. We have a good one, Arcadia, out of the MAC Freedom Conference, taking on the Swarthmore Garnet from the Centennial Conference. Swarthmore comes into this one 7-12 after a Saturday split with Ramapo. This is the final game for the Garnet before jumping into conference play. They'll take on Washington College as we head into the weekend. In town today, the Knights are having one of those seasons that only comes around once in a while. They are 17-3 with a national ranking attached to them for the first time this season. 6-0 in conference, riding a 7-game win streak. Let's look at your starters today. We'll start with the Knights on offense. Batting first, Alex Madera. He's a shortstop. Hunter Curley will be the DH batting second. Justin Macello, the second baseman, batting third. Connor Cheeseman, the senior first baseman, in the cleanup hole. Ryan Smolin, third baseman, junior, batting fifth. Matt Sott in the sixth spot. Matt Donchez, the right fielder, at number 7. Zach Sekelic, center fielder, will bat 8. And Griffin Murphy, the catcher, will round out the top 9 for the head coach in Brian Torsani. On the mound for Swarthmore, Alex Chesler Jr., number 35. This is his 7th appearance this year. Start number 4. He is 2-1 with a 6.88 ERA. 17 innings pitched, 12 hits. He's given up 13 runs, all earned. He has struck out 10 so far this year, and he has walked 16. So hopefully for him and the Garnet today, he'll flip that script a little bit and get his strikeouts up and his walks down. Played 9 innings today, a midweek game. Originally, this game was scheduled for Wednesday because of some weather. They pushed it to a Tuesday afternoon where it is very sunny but very chilly here as we start to turn the page from March into April. It feels much more like mid-February than it does late March. And we are underway with Madera, the lefty. Pitch just misses in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike. Again, we are set up for 9 today. That went foul to the side. Count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 bounced foul. The junior shortstop stays alive. Madera batting 397 on the year. Leads the team in runs with 25. And he's walked 24 times, which is exactly what you want from your leadoff guy. And now the count actually goes full. This one up the middle and past a diving Rothwarg into left center field for a leadoff base runner for the Knights.
Now batting number 44, Hunter Curley.
This brings up Hunter Curley, designated hitter. Behind Chesler from left to right, Luke Mutz at third. Rothwarg, who just got dirty on that play, at shortstop. Nate Jabara at second. Emmett Reynolds will play first. In the outfield, Kirk Terada Herzer. In left field, Paul Cook in center. Austin Burgess in right field. Matt Silvestri is behind the plate today, taking the pitches from Chesler. They will pay a lot of attention to Madera over at first base. 18 steals already this season in 20 attempts. This team likes to run. Both teams, in fact, like to run. But so far this season, The Knights have stolen 74 bases on 94 attempts. They basically attempt 5 to 6 base steals per game. So they like to run. You'll see that a lot today. Curley batting .300 on the year and even .300. Leads the team with 2 home runs. The only 2 home runs this team has hit all year. Not a power team, more of a fast team. A team that goes base to base and maybe stretches first to third on singles. As Curley goes up the middle, so 2 batters in, 2 base runners. This brings in Justin Masello. Chesler Jr. from Yardley, Pennsylvania, went to Pennsbury. He leads the team with a .400 average, right on the nose, and actually leads the team in most offensive categories. His first pitch just misses the top of the head. 80 at-bats, leads the team, including hits, 32, 7 doubles, 3 triples, all leading the team, 20 RBIs. Slugging percentage, .563. Fastball just outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Chesler in a little bit of a hole with 2 on and a 2-0 count. It's got to come right at him here. He does, but the pitch just a bit high. Count goes 3-0. Could put down a lot of money here. The Masello will take a pitch, at least one pitch, as I'll try to load the bases with nobody out. You have Connor Cheeseman, the cleanup hitter, on deck. Taking all the way fastball right at the knees for strike number 1. Chesler gets his signs from Silvestri. The 3-1. It's a good pitch, tailing away on the outside part of the plate. The count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Third batter of the game, the second full count we've already seen. (3-2). And that's a big comeback from the guy on the mound. A big out, number 1. So he comes back from 3-0 to strike out Masello. Obviously everybody stays put, and this brings up Connor Cheeseman. Cheeseman hitting at a .301 clip. Started every game so far this season. 22 hits and 73 at-bats. He's got 1 runner in scoring position. Curves 1 in for a strike. No balls and 1 strike. Madera with a decent lead over at second on the secondary. It's being kept on by Ruffwarg. Good block. They're running down the second. And Curley is out at second base. Both runners were going. So Madera does end up at third. So 2-4, excuse me, on the put out. So the Knights went from first and second, nobody out, in a 3-0 count. Now with just a runner at third, and 2 outs. Cheeseman's still there. Takes a fastball outside the zone. Another good pitch over. When you're an aggressive team, it's feast or famine, isn't it? Both Madera and Curley moving on that ball that kind of bounced in front of Silvestri. It took a good bounce for Silvestri, and then he threw one on a dime down to second base to get Curley. So that would have been that is out number 2. And now we have 2s across the board. And that is strike number 3 looking. So Swarthmore gets out of a big jam here in the top of the first. No runs, 2 hits, 1 left. We move to the bottom of the first. The Garnet come in the bat. Welcome back to Clothier Field as we head to the bottom of the first inning. The Garnet taking the first at bat here in this afternoon affair with Arcadia. We'll start with Kirk Tirada Herzer, the left fielder batting first. Luke Mutz, number 2. Austin Burgess, Matthew Silvestri, Nate Jabara, Paul Cook, Max Beedling in the 7th spot. Emmett Reynolds at number 8. And Max Rothwarg, the shortstop, will round out the 9. On the mound for the Knights, Tyler Castara, the junior, number 22. His 7th appearance so far this year. This is his 2nd start of the year with a 5.00 ERA. In 9 innings pitched, giving up 10 hits, 6 runs, 5 earned. A 7-to-1 strikeout ratio, exactly 7 strikeouts to his just 1 walk so far this year. Tirada Herzer batting .221 this season, leads the team in at-bats with 77, as you would expect from a leadoff guy. Shows bunt, pulls back, and that pitch just misses. The 2-1, a fastball belted up the middle. And just like what we saw at the top half of the inning, we're now seeing this in the bottom half as the leadoff batter knocks one right up the middle for a leadoff single. So at least we don't have to worry about no hitters in this game. 1 batter into both sides, and we had a single right up the middle. This brings up Luke Mutz, who offensively does just about everything for this team. Batting .408, that leads the team. 31 hits and 76 at bats, leads the team with hits and runs with 21. 15 RBIs, that's a team lead. And when he gets on base, he can also run. 13 stolen bases in his 14 attempts this year. The 0-1. Defensively behind Castara, from left to right in the infield, Ryan Smolin. Madera at shortstop. Macello at second base. Cheeseman at first. Matt Sott in left field. Sekelic in center. Matt Donchez in right field. Behind the plate, Griffin Murphy. One ball, two strikes. This one gets away and down the second is an aggressive Jahada Herzer on the wild pitch. So with nobody out, now a 2-2 count. Swarthmore with its first runner in scoring position of the afternoon. Pitch misses low, right down the pike, but below the knees. Three balls and two strikes. I feel like so far the top of the first and bottom of the first have mirrored each other in a lot of ways. A 3-2 runner going. Down to third. Safe at third and a walk. So Jahada Herzer advances to second on the wild pitch, a stolen base to third. Meanwhile, Mutz works a full count and then picks up the walk. We already have a meeting on the mound. That's Tersani, the head coach, coming out to talk with his junior hurler. Tersani, you will also see him coach third base. This brings up number 2, the right field junior, Austin Burgess. Burgess comes in at a .311 clip. Leads a team with 3 home runs. In many ways, these two teams offensively mirror one another. They love to run. Not a ton of power so far this season. Had Mutz lean there just a little bit. That pitch misses. Over at first base, by the way, Josh Throckmorton. He's the coach at first. Usually we see Brian Booth over at third, but today it looks like the head coach is over there. Star paying a lot of attention to Mutz over at first. Does come home this time. And you can see why, by the way, as I mentioned to you earlier, Mutt's 13 stolen bases this season in just 14 attempts. Threw over to first to Cheeseman, but Mutz is about 2 or 3 feet off first base. In general, defense playing straight up. I'm going to try not to dwell on how cold it is out there, although it is very cold today. But I'm looking at Mutz down at first base with no undershirt. Diving back to first like he is. That's got to feel good on the elbows. The 2-0. That pitch misses as well. 3 balls, no strikes. So just like we saw in the top half of the inning on a 3-0 count, my guess is that Burgess taking here all the way as they try to load the bases, still nobody out. Already had 1 walk in this inning, this half. That one right down the pike, a fastball. Here comes your 3-1, over to first base it goes. The Clothier baseball field has no lights. At this pace, it's going to get interesting if we keep on going with all these pitches over or pickoff plays over at first base. Here's a shot to the left side of the infield. Doesn't get to the outfield, but does enough to drive in a run as Tejada Herzer scores on an infield single from Burgess. Really no chance for Madera to get an out on that play. Mutz comes in to second base. That was really the only play, was to possibly get Mutz at second, but that wasn't even that close, to be honest with you. So 2 singles, a walk, a run scored. Give Burgess an RBI. Tejada Herzer gets a run. And now we see the cleanup hitter, the catcher, Matt Silvestri.
23, Matt Silvestri.
Silvestri, 288 this season. Takes a pitch outside. For Tejada Herzer, that was run number 12 on the season. The 1-0. Same place, and this one gets out into left field. A run comes home. Everybody's moving up. Mutz has wheels, he scores. And another RBI single, this time for Silvestri, as Burgess stops at second. Still nobody out, and another meeting on the mound. And you have to wonder how much longer Starr will stay in there. And he will not. That is it for the junior for today. We have a pitching change. So we'll step away, take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll reset things with a new pitcher for the Knights and a 2-0 ball game, bottom of the first, in favor of Swarthmore. Welcome back to our new pitcher on the mound. That's number 26, Kobe Stavecki. He is a junior from Orfield, Pennsylvania. Appearance number 4 on the year, all in the relief. An ERA of 12, 3 innings pitched, given up 5 hits, 4 runs, all earned. He's got himself in a bit of a jam as he tries to stop the bleeding here in the bottom of the first. With runners on first and second, this is Nate Jabara. Swarthmore sent 4 batters to the plate with Castaro. All 4 reached with 3 singles and a walk, and 2 runs have come in. Terhada Herzer has scored. Mutz has scored. You know, Burgess at second. Silvestri stands at first. Marcelo trying to keep the runner on. Jabara batting .271 this season. 13 hits and 48 at-bats. That's a called strike. Jabara can go deep. He's got 2 long balls this season, which is second tops on the team. As he looks at a 1-1. Runners going. Down to third. And 1 stolen base. As Silvestri stays put, Burgess slides in the third. So already 2 stolen bases here in the bottom of the first. And a 1-2 count. One-two popped up. This will stay in play. And there's Marcelo, and that is a much-needed out number 1 for the Knights. So Jabara goes down, and this brings up Paul Cook, the center fielder, with an opportunity to bring somebody in. Got someone at third, less than 2 outs. That's a scoring opportunity. Cook second on the team, batting .379. Leads the team with doubles at 7, so he can gap them. But the most important thing right now is to get that guy in from 90 feet away. That's Burgess on third. It's a good-looking pitch over for a called strike. Fastball over. Cooking a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. These fastballs coming in the low 80s right now. The 0-2. That one's lifted to right field, deep, back, and gone. That one is out of here, a 3-run shot as Burgess touches home, Silvestri touches home, and Paul Cook with a 3-run shot in the bottom of the first. And the Garnet, all of a sudden, a 5 spot here and a 5-0 lead, and we're still in the first inning. That is Cook's first home run of the season for the senior. Again, a 3 RBI shot, well over the wall in right field. Off the bat, really the only question was it going to stay fair, and it really wasn't that close to a foul ball. You just had to look at it for a second. First pitch swinging, and that is out number 2. So the bases are clear now, but 5 have already crossed. Costaro was responsible for 4 of those runs. Stavecki, the 5th.
Now bag number 25, Emmett Reynolds.
And this is Emmett Reynolds, the 8th batter, stepping in. The junior 211 on the season at the plate. Cook just jumped his RBI total in the season from 6 to 9 with 1 swing of the bat. He did have 7 doubles and 1 triple in the year, but again, his first long ball. So I was mentioning this isn't a team that has a ton of power, at least not so far this year, but Cook changed that in a hurry. That ball was smoked over the wall. And a 4-pitch walk to the number 8 hitter. And that will bring up number 9 in Max Rothwarg. The second walk of the inning.
Now bag number 18, Max Rothwarg.
Rothwarg comes in at 261. This one gets away, and down the second base will go Reynolds. Takes off the force play on the wild pitch. We're 1 batter away from coming right back to the top of the order. This is the 9th batter coming to the plate in the bottom of the first. We've seen 2 pitchers, 4 hits, a couple of walks. We've seen a home run, some stolen bases, and the most important number, 5 runs across for the Garnet. Big lead at second base for Reynolds, and an even bigger secondary. Here comes the 1-1. Big swing and a miss. The 1-2. This one on the outside part of the plate popped up in foul territory. A couple of different players coming in. Cheeseman eventually calls everybody off, and that is out number 3. But a lot of damage done here in the bottom of the first. 5 runs on 4 hits, 1 left. We have played 1. The Garnet up 5-0. Welcome back, top two. A new pitcher, Mateo Solicito, is in for Chesler, and he'll face numbers 5, 6, and 7. We'll start with Ryan Smolin. Solicito 0-1 on the year, his fourth appearance, his second in relief, 7.71 ERA in 4 2/3, given up 6 runs, 4 earned. As for Smolin, 277 at the dish so far this season, 13 hits and 47 at bats. If you're just joining us, a big bottom of the first for the Garnet, putting up a 5 spot on 4 runs. Didn't start off well for Coach Midkiff's team. On top of the first, Arcadia hit 2 hard balls up the middle, 2 singles with their first and second batter. Then it went south a little bit when Curley was tagged to second base trying to take second on a wild pitch. Then a couple of strikeouts got the Garnet out of the top of the first. And Smolin gets on a leadoff base hit. Almost a nice play, real close play, a bang-bang play at first, but a hit nonetheless. And this brings up Matt Sott. So that's hit number 3 so far already today for Arcadia. And for the second time today in 2 innings, they have the leadoff hitter aboard with a single up the middle. Threes are wild for Sott, batting .333 so far this season. His 10th start. A smaller sampling from Sott in that he's only been in 15 games. This is game number 16, but so far this season he does lead the team in on-base percentage at a .550 clip. Much of that is due to the fact that he's 11 walks. Fastball just a bit high. You're 1-1. Silvestri just does a nice job keeping that in front of him. As I mentioned at the top of the show, Arcadia having one of those seasons, 17-3. Coach Trasani telling me that they've even surprised themselves a little bit. You go into every season with all sorts of optimism as that ball is in foul territory and over the head of Reynolds. You always go with all sorts of optimism, but anyone who thinks you are going to start off a season, at least in baseball, at 17-3, that's wide-eyed. And they've already played 6 games in conference. They're out of the MAC Freedom Conference. This past weekend, they played Wilkes. They won all 3 by 1 run. So 3-0 this past weekend in conference games, but every game was tight. It's unusual to win 3 games all by 1 run in any stretch. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch high. Sott lays off that. That's not easy to lay off on a 2-2 count. The count goes full. The MAC Freedom is a tough conference. We'll talk about that in a little bit as we start to look at maybe the preseason rankings and how that is going to impact some of these teams as they move into all sorts of conference games. This one to right field. A diving right fielder in Burgess, but it gets by him. And that allows a stand-up double for Sott. So Burgess coming in on that, but that was a tough play. It would have been an excellent catch if he had made it.
Now batting number 17, Matt Donchez.
With that, stands at second base. Smolin now at third. The first extra base hit for the visitors so far today. And this brings up Matt Donchez. Donchez hitting at a 188 clip so far this season. 3 hits and 16 at-bats. He's got a chance to get the Knights to kind of chip away at the 5-run spot that the Garnet put up in the bottom of the first. Solicito delivers ball number 2. Eight hits already, and we are no outs, top of the second. The 2-0. That one's right down the pike. Sekelic stands on deck, the center fielder, followed by Murphy, and then we'll go back to the top of the order for the Knights. 2-1. It's a good pitch. That one was diving. That evens up the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. We saw something similar in the top of the first when Arcadia put its first 2 runners on, both with singles. A little bit more of a tricky spot here as runners are now at second and third after a single and a double. But the Garnet was able to get out of that jam with no damage done. Here on a 2-2. Another good stop by Silvestri. Freshman's busy behind the home plate. Couple of freshmen in the starting lineup. Rolf Warg over at short, Silvestri behind home plate for Coach Midkiff. The 3-2, and that one misses low and inside, and the bases are loaded.
Now batting number 1, Zach Sekelic.
Sekelic steps in, the center fielder. The righty with a chance to do all sorts of damage. Bases are loaded, nobody out after a single, a double, and a walk. Sekelic batting a clean 200 on the year. Can't catch up to the fastball. The 0-1, that one's fouled in the dirt. That was a 7-iron to go 0-2. I'm looking at Burgess, by the way, who really came in hard on that double with Sott. And now looking at him, he's at least 20 to 30 feet closer to the infield than he was when he started the inning. He's almost in a shallow right field. Then you have Cook in center, kind of pushing to his left in a pole position, so there's all sorts of room in right center field. And that's good pitch, and he knew it right away. Sekelic walking home before the call was even made by the home plate umpire. A backwards K.
Now batting number 21, Griffin Murphy.
That is the first strikeout for Solicito. Chesler had 2 in the top of the first. And this brings up Griffin Murphy, the number 9 hitter. Still bases loaded, all sorts of problems in that infield for Swarthmore, but that's a big out, a strikeout looking. Nobody moves up. Pitch finds the outside part of the plate, says the home plate umpire, for an 0-1 count. Murphy 231 this season, his 7th start of the year, 3 hits and 13 at bats. Another hook and another big swing, 0-2. So dare I say Solicito looks like he's settling down a little bit more as he has the Knights guessing a little bit on some of these pitches. And Murphy wants to think this one over. Murphy, a first-year student, 5'11", from New Jersey. From Howell, New Jersey, to be more specific. 0-2. Same pitch, and another swing, and another strikeout.
Now batting number 2, Alex Madera.
Arcadia went from the bases loaded, nobody out, to the bases loaded now with 2 outs. Of course, we're going back to the top of the order. Madera singled up the middle to start off this game and was stranded at third, 1 for 1 today. Burgess still pretty shallow in right field. I'm surprised that just to see Burgess standing where he is after we saw in the bottom of the first that monster home run from Cook that went over the right field wall. It went at least 200 feet farther than where Burgess is standing in right field right now. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. The 1-1. Solicito living with that pitch right now. He's gotten a lot of strikes in this inning with that pitch. That one just a little bit low, maybe a little bit inside. See, balls behind, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's easy to forget the way he's pitched these last 2 batters that the bases are loaded. You don't want to fall too far behind in any at bat right now. See if he comes with the fastball here. And he does. That one's fouled back. So 2s are wild. After having the bases loaded, nobody out, the Garnet is 1 strike away from getting out of this inning with no damage done. They played with fire a little bit in the first, playing with much more fire here in the second. The 2-2, just missing. And now it gets interesting. A 3-2 count, so the runners will be going on the pitch as we have a timeout here. You'll have Smolin from third, Sott from second, Donchez from first, all moving on the 3-2 with 2 outs. Big pitch here early in this game. And that one's high. Everybody running, and 1 run comes across. So bases loaded walk. Madera picks up an RBI for his effort. So that's Smolin who crosses home plate. Sott now moves over to third. Donchez at second. Madera at first, and this brings up Hunter Curley, who hit a ball real hard up the middle in his first at bat. He's 1 for 1 today. Picked off at second base. And there's the pitch that Solicito has been living on in this inning. A 5-1 ball game now with that bases loaded walk. I mention it because the bases are loaded. Curley with the only 2 home runs on this team this season. That one bounces in there. Curley, the designated hitter today, will play first, also pitches. He can do a lot for this team. It really just depends on what part of the week it is. He will start when they get back in the conference this weekend. He picked up a win, I think, in the Friday game in conference this past weekend. I'll give you some stats on Curley when we get back to him. The 1-1. This one inside out, down the line, and foul. So in game 1, when Arcadia was playing Wilkes, Curley went 8 innings, gave up 4 earned runs, struck out 9, walked just 2, and picked up the win with 106 pitches. Then he played first base most of the rest of the weekend on Saturday as they moved into the weekend with more games against Wilkes. And today, DHing with a 1-2 count. Fights this one foul. It's a good waste pitch there for Curley as he stays alive. So we'll do it all over again on a 1-2. This one hit hard to right field. Back goes Burgess. Blows away from him, but he makes a real nice catch. So not too much damage done. The hearts are beating on that ball that was hit pretty hard by Curley to right field. 1 run does come in on a couple of hits, and the bases left loaded. We move to the bottom of the second inning. Swarthmore 5, Arcadia 1. Welcome back to the bottom of the second inning. We've had some action here as we're just in the bottom of the second. Already 6 runs across, 5 for Swarthmore, 1 for Arcadia. That includes 8 hits, a couple of bases loaded situations. We also have pitcher number 3 already for Arcadia here in the second inning.
Number 11, Kurt Terada-Herzer.
This is the freshman, Gabe Marshall, making his collegiate debut in this game. A 5'7" righty from Doylestown, Pennsylvania, went to CB East. And he's going to be welcome to college baseball with the top of the order for Swarthmore. They sent 9 to the plate in the first inning. So in the second inning, we'll start it all over again with Terada Herzer, who singled and scored in his first at-bat. Singled to center field. Advanced to second on a wild pitch, stole third, and scored the game's first run for the Garnet. So we've seen Costaro, Stivecki, and now Marshall. I was talking with Jimmy Goulden, the pitching coach for Arcadia before the game. He said you're going to see at least 5 pitchers today. At this pace, we're going to see more like 15. He did not go. Count stays. We're moved to 3 balls and 2 strikes. This one lifted shallow left field. Working on the sun a little bit is Sott, and he picks up out number 1. With the sunglasses down. This brings up Luke Mutz.
Now bag number 7, Luke Mutz.
Mutz walked and scored in his first at bat. And that one's going to leave a mark on Murphy, so he needs to take a quick breather for a second. Looking at some scores around the Centennial in particular. Franklin Marshall hosting Elizabethtown. That game in the top of the third, a 3-0 score for Elizabethtown. Dickinson is beating Misericordia. That's another team in the same conference as Arcadia in this MAC Freedom Conference. Misericordia, the preseason favorites to win the MAC Freedom. But again, 2-0 in the top of the fourth there in favor of Dickinson. Gettysburg, Penn State, York. Underway, but no score. Got the game here. Swarthmore 5-1 over Arcadia. And the other game in the conference postponed. Muhlenberg at Moravian. So we'll keep you up to date on how these games are moving along. So I'm bounced to the right side and through. So Mutz picks up his first hit of the day as that one gets by Cheeseman. So Mutz already having one of those days. Walked and scored in the first inning, a single here in the second. This brings up Austin Burgess. Number 2 getting his signs down the third base line.
Number 2, Austin Burgess.
Mutz always a threat to steal. We'll see what kind of move Marshall has. Fastball just misses. That fastball coming in at 86 miles an hour, by the way. As expected, we saw this a lot in the first inning with the Knights pitchers trying to keep runners close to the base path. Just to give you an idea of how much or how often Swarthmore likes to run as we look at a 1-0. this season, coming into this game, Swarthmore 61 stolen bases in 68 attempts. That's excellent, by the way, when you're only caught 7 times in 70 attempts, give or take. But it's easy to see how often they run when you compare it to the opponents that they faced this year. 28 stolen bases on 38 attempts. So Swarthmore better than a 2-to-1 ratio when it comes to stolen bases compared to their opponents. And it's even a bigger mismatch when you look at Arcadia. We'll talk about that next time Arcadia comes to the plate. The 2-0. Smooth swing, but a miss from Burgess. Burgess 1 for 1 today. Has a stolen base, by the way. Scored in the first inning. His single was knocked down by Madeira, but no chance to get anybody when he batted in the first inning. There he goes. And a pretty easy stolen base for Mutz. Got a really nice jump. And that ball bounced in from Murphy. Stolen base number 3 already today for the Garnet. Tirada Herzer has one. Burgess has one. And there's Mutz. So with 1 out, we have a runner in scoring position. A 2-2 count to Burgess. This one lifted in foul territory, back and out of play. One run, 4 hits for the visitors. 5 runs, 5 hits for the home team. We see 9 hits, and we're still in the bottom of the second. That was a funny moment, by the way, as just now as Burgess went in and ready to take a swing. Marshall was ready to throw it, but they had no umpire there. And there is a balk. It was just a weird couple of moments there. You had Marshall ready to throw the ball, but the home plate umpire was not in position, so he had to call timeout or tell them not to pitch. And then as he got back into his rhythm, he balked, and now Mutt stands at third base. Just gets a piece of it on the 2-2. So that changes a lot because you got the 1 out now and a base runner at third 90 feet away. As a wise man once told me, there's only one way to score from second base with 1 out, but there's 6 ways to score from third base with 1 out. So that changes the dynamics here as Burgess has one job, and that's to get the runner in here. And he does not. Swing and a miss. A nasty pitch low and away. And that is out number 2. This brings up Silvestri. Bounced one between the shortstop and third baseman into left field for a hit and scored a run in the first inning. First pitch, and that one gets by Madeira and into left field. Almost an identical type hit as what he had in the first inning. And a 2-out RBI single puts Swarthmore up 6-1 as Mutz touches home plate. And that balk was big, the stolen base and the balk, because if he was standing on second base, there was no way he's coming home on that hit. So the balk does end up hurting Arcadia, helping Swarthmore.
Now batting number 14, Nate Jabara.
And Silvestri's having himself a day already. 2 for 2 with 2 RBIs and a run scored, all in the first 2 innings. This brings up Jabara. So Tejada Herzer flew out to left field to start the inning. And Mutz gets on with a single. Comes all the way around the score. And that's a called strike on Jabara. In a hole, no balls and 2 strikes with 2 away and a runner at first. That one's taken the other way, hit real hard. A diving play, excellent by Sekelic. The senior ends the inning. That ball was smoked by Jabara. A real nice hit, but a better defensive play, and that will do it for Swarthmore here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. But a little more damage done as 1 run comes in on a couple of hits and 1 left. We've played 2, 6-1 in favor of the Garnet. Welcome back to the top of the 3rd inning.
Now pitching for the Garnet, number 27, Kyle Jones-Shaw.
We have another pitcher in for the Garnet. Pitcher number 3, Kyle Jones-Shaw. Number 27, a senior from Illinois, Hinsdale, Illinois, an economics and history major. And he'll see numbers 3, 4, and 5.
Leading off for Knights is number 19, Justin Masello.
Jones-Shaw on the year, 6 flat ERA. No decisions, his 8th appearance of the year. 8 earned runs in 12 innings of play. This is Masello, by the way, at the plate, followed by Cheeseman and Smolin. Popped up shallow right field coming in, almost maybe 10 or 15 feet beyond the dirt, is Burgess for out number 1.
Connor Cheeseman.
Here comes Connor Cheeseman, who struck out looking to end the 1st inning. Chilly, windy afternoon here at Swarthmore. Trying to get a good feel for how the wind's blowing. It's kind of difficult to tell. It seems like it's swirling a little bit. Because I feel like it's blowing in from right field a little bit, but that's where our big home run was hit, to right field. Hard hit ball, but right at Jones Shaw. And that is out number 2.
Now bag number 5, Ryan Smolin.
In comes Ryan Smolin, third baseman. Singled and scored the only run so far today for the Knights. He led off the second inning with that single. It's a good fastball. You have the sidewinders, it's almost a fastball rising. 0-1. Another one at the knees. Again, they're shading him to the left in the outfield. It's a good waste pitch, if there's such a thing. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2, a little bit outside. We go to a 2-2 count. 2s are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away here. Jones Shaw wants a new ball. As we are in the top of the 3rd inning. We are 1 strike away from something we have not seen today, which is a 1-2-3 inning. Arcadia sent 4 to the plate in the first, 7 to the plate in the second, which in a lot of ways pales in comparison to what Swarthmore's done so far. Here's your 2-2. This one golfed and foul to left. A 2-2. Just getting a piece of that is number 5. Smolin maybe not used to this cold weather from California, Danville, California. 6-foot junior, 155. He steps in again as we try again at 2-2. And another foul. He's just getting pieces of these just to stay alive. This number 27 comes back, and we'll try one more time. The 2-2 again. This one wide for a ball, and the count goes 3 balls and 2 strikes. If Smolin gets on, we'll see Matt Sott. Sott already with an extra base hit. He doubled in the second inning as he gets ready. Swing it to the right side in fair territory, moving into foul right on the line. A nice play by Jabbar. Comes behind Reynolds and in front of Burgess. And that is out number 3. And how about that? A 1-2-3 top of the 3rd. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We move to the bottom of the 3rd. The Garnet's still up 6-1. Welcome back to the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine along with you as we move to the bottom of the third inning. Swarthmore in control early on. 1 run, 4 hits for the visitors in Arcadia. 6 runs, 6 hits for the home team. And Swarthmore would like nothing more to pick up a win today as they move into conference play this coming weekend. Paul Cook steps in for his second at bat, and he'll face a new pitcher. This is number 6, Nick Drabin. His second appearance of the season. In his 1 inning of work so far this year, has given him no runs. So a clean sheet with just 1 strikeout. Pitcher number 4 already today for Coach Tersani's team. 4 pitchers, and we're in the bottom of the third. Cook smacks 1 foul. Cook with the big hit so far today, a home run to right field, a ball that just flew off the bat, well over the fence. That was a no-doubter. The only doubt we had was would it stay fair, but it stayed fair by plenty, actually, and was well over the fence for what turned out to be a 3-run home run. Bounces 1 to second base. An easy play for Macello, and that is out number 1. This brings up Beedling, the designated hitter, a freshman, ground out to the second baseman in his first at bat.
Now batting number 31, Max Beedling.
3 different freshmen in the batting order today as starters for Swarthmore. 2 in the field, 3 in the order. Silvestri's 1, Beedling, Ruffwarg. Compare that to just 2 seniors in the batting order in Mutz and Cook. The Garnet trying to bounce back from a loss in game number 2 this past weekend on the 26th. They split with Ramapo. They won game 1, 8-7. Kind of held off Ramapo. They scored 2 runs in the top of the 9th, but they needed 3. Swarthmore wins 8-7. Barry got the win, moved to 1-2 on the season. Pitched 6 innings, had a nice day. 2 runs, both earned. 108 pitches. Mutz with 3 hits in that game. But then another tight one where they flipped the script. They won 8-7 in game 1, but Swarthmore lost 8-7 in game number 2. Silvestri with a 3-hit afternoon in game number 2. Cook with a couple of hits. Burgess with a couple of hits. They actually out-hit Ramapo, 11-10. And that loss dropped them to 7-12 on the year. But unlike Arcadia, Swarthmore still has not moved into league play quite yet. On the 3-2, and he'll take a couple of steps, 90 feet down the first base is Beedling. 3rd walk so far this afternoon as a team for the Knights. This brings up Emmett Reynolds.
Now batting number 25, Emmett Reynolds.
Speaking of walks, Reynolds walked in his first at bat in the first inning, stranded at second. There goes a runner, and he's in for another stolen base. Almost a delayed steal, almost a little bit of a late jump, but timed it really well. Stolen base number 4 for the Garnet. And that moves a runner into scoring position with 1 out. The 1-0. On the outside part of the plate, count goes even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Rothwark standing on deck, and then we'll go back to the top of the order. That pitch gets away a little bit. It's cold out there, as I've been talking to you this afternoon. I mean, real cold for the time of the year that we have. I'd say at least 15 to 20 degrees below what we would normally see in the last few days of March. If you include the wind chill, we're in the 30s here on a 2-1. Got the wind blowing, kind of swirling a little bit, and you can just see as everybody's really bundled up, all the fans that are coming out here from both sides. You can also see everybody in the dugout wearing the long jackets and the hoodies that these two teams get. 2-1. That one misses for a ball. 3 balls and 1 strike. It is supposed to get better. I think when these two teams play again this weekend, when they move back into league play, it'll be much more seasonable in the 50s. So 3-1. The 3-1. Ball beaten foul. Three balls and 2 strikes to the 8-hitter and Emmett Reynolds. Fastball blows it by him, and that is out number 2.
Now batting number 18, Max Rothwark.
And here comes Rothwark stepping in for a second at bat. 0 for 1. He fouled one down the first base side. It was picked out of the air by Cheeseman. That ended the second inning. You see Beedling at second. They're paying a lot of attention to him, Drabin is. Be surprised at 2 outs if he goes for it. Don't want to be that third out. Never want to be the last out at third. Never want to be the last out anywhere, but at third base in particular. Because anything to the outfield with 2 outs on contact, you have to think that Beedling will score. The 1-0 to the left side, scooped up and over for out number 3. Madera to Cheeseman. No runs, no hits, 1 left here in the bottom of the 3rd. We have played 3 at Clothier. 6-1 in favor of the Garnet. Welcome back to the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine along with you as we move to the top of the fourth inning. 1 run, 4 hits for the Knights. 6 runs on 6 hits for the home team. And you just look at the uniform from Jones Shaw, and you can see how windy it is out there. The dirt's actually blowing a little bit, as we'll see 6, 7, and 8 for Arcadia. This starts with Matt Sott. Double to right field in the second inning, stranded at third. A very unusual occurrence so far today where the pitcher that ended the prior inning is starting the next inning. We've seen so many pitching changes already today. 4 pitches already for Arcadia. We've seen 3 for Swarthmore. But Jones Shaw had a pretty easy top of the third inning, where he put down the Knights 1, 2, 3, so he gets a crack here in the fourth. The 2-1. This one inside out over to the second baseman. And that is out number 1. 4-3 on the put out. In comes Matt Donchez. Donchez walked in his first at bat. So far, everything that Arcadia has been able to do with Jones Shaw pitching has been to the right side. A couple of outs by the second baseman. One up the middle that Jones Shaw got, and then another one to right field. So pretty much up the middle and to the right so far is where they're putting the ball, as the Knights are trying to deal with that sidearm delivery. This one high and tight. 2 balls, no strikes. I mentioned Arcadia 17-3 on the year, 6-0 in conference. And for the first time this season, they are nationally ranked at 24. Last week they were receiving votes. But after 3 more wins this past weekend, all by 1 run, they now sit in the top 25. They're the only team in the MAC Freedom Conference that is nationally ranked. Taking all the way on 3-0, we go to 3-1. And there's a free pass, a 1-out walk. First blemish so far today for Jones Shaw.
Now batting number 1, Zach Sekelic.
So Donchez takes a walk down the first base, a free pass for the second time today. And this brings up Sekelic, who struck out looking in his first at bat in the second inning. Sekelic, a senior from Alpharetta, Georgia, which is basically just to the north of Atlanta. The pitch inside for a ball. Donchez does have 2 stolen bases on the year. He's 2 for 2. Three balls and no strikes. My guess is you'll see Sekelic take here. He does a fastball in the upper half of the zone. Count goes 3 balls and 1 strike. And that one's a little bit too high. And after an easy first out, we have back-to-back walks. It is amazing in this game how quickly things can change. As Jones Shaw was all over the plate in the only 3 batters you saw in the 3rd inning, and he started off the 4th the same way, but now he's having a tough time finding it. The 4th walk today overall by the staff. Griffin Murphy steps in. Number 21 struck out in his first at bat. After Murphy will go back top of the order. From my vantage point, it is impossible to see who is up in the bullpen, but there is some action in the bullpen for Swarthmore. The 1-0. Bent, but not enough. And now we'll have a little discussion. Not too surprising that we're going to have this meeting on the mound. Jones Shaw in complete control in the 3rd. He got a fly out to right field, a ball hit right back to him, and then a pop-up in foul territory that Jabara grabbed to end the 3rd inning. He made really quick work. We've had some long innings already today, but that top of the 3rd was not one of them as we flew through that. And then here in the top of the 4th, Matt Stott comes up. A weak ground ball to the second baseman starts off the inning. But since then, back-to-back walks, and now a 2-0 count to the 9 hitter. So you walk the 7, you walk the 8, 2-0 on the 9. And things could get tricky as we go back to the top of the order after this. The 2-0, and that one misses as well. So 3 balls and no strikes. And just like we saw in the last batter with Sekelic, my guess is Murphy will be taking here as he tries to load the bases. And a pitch right down the pike for strike number 1. For Arcadia, Torsani, the head coach, he is also the 3rd base coach. We have Keith Curley over at first. I mentioned Hunter Curley earlier. There is a relation, as Hunter is Keith's son. Keith Curley used to be an assistant coach at Immaculata, and now an assistant here. Former catcher in his playing days. The 3-1. The count goes full as Jones Shaw working his way back. Big pitch here, still early in the game. That one, top half of the zone, maybe out of the strike zone, but it was sitting up there for Murphy as Jones Shaw blows one by him for out number 1, and that's a big one. Coming back from 3-0 to strike out the 9 hitter. So instead of the bases loaded, we now have runners at first and second, 1 out. And this brings up Madero. He has reached both times today, singled up the middle in his first at-bat and walked in his second at-bat. That one just misses wide. with a lefty and a sidearm, but this ball's coming right at him. See if he worked the outside of the plate on that first pitch. See what he does here if he wants to work inside. Nope, staying outside. But that's ball number 2. He's falling behind again. Going back to second, but Donchez was only about a foot or two off second base. And speaking of the first base coach, Keith Curley, Hunter Curley, his son, as I mentioned, on deck, number 44. That's a good pitch. Right over the meat of the plate. Let me go 2-1. So far, Jones Shaw has been able to work out of this jam. He's been falling behind just about every batter in this inning with those walks, but he came back from 3-0 to get Murphy. We'll see how he does here, coming back from 2-0. Similar pitch, fouled away. The count goes 2 balls and 2 strikes. A couple of runners on. We got Donchez at second, Sekelic at first. Madera has 11 strikeouts on the season. I'm looking to tag him with number 12. Bouncer, not enough to get the play across, but enough to get the force play, and that's all you need with 2 outs. 4-3 on the putout, 6-4 on the putout. And that will do it for Arcadia here in the 4th. With no runs, no hits, a couple left. Move to the bottom of the 4th, still 6-1. Welcome back to the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine with you here in the bottom of the 4th inning. A 6-1 lead for the home team. And we're back to the top of the order. We'll see Terada Herzer, Mutz, and Burgess. First pitch swinging. The second baseman has been busy today for both teams. 1 pitch, 1 out, 4-3 on the putout. So Herzer 1 for 3 today. This brings up Luke Mutz, who has done a lot of Luke Mutz type stuff. Already scored twice today. He's walked, he's singled. He has a stolen base.
Now batting number 7, Luke Mutz.
With Mutz 1 for 1 today and 2 for 2 with his on-base percentage, it just keeps going up. He started the day at .452 with his on-base percentage. That will tick up. Even after this ground out, it'll tick up. But he is retired for the first time today. 4-3 on the putout. And that was first pitch swinging as well, wasn't it? So we have 2 batters and 2 first pitch swinging, right? If that is the case, that was the second pitch? Okay, so 3 pitches in this inning. I was going to say, if it was Tirada, Herzer, and Mutz, if they had gone on the first pitch, then the baseball gods always tell that next batter to, no matter what, take a pitch. You never want a 3-pitch inning. And I'm not surprised to see Burgess take a pitch right there. Austin Burgess, his 3rd at bat. Singled and scored in the first with a stolen base, struck out in the second. See if we go with the trifecta in this inning. Already 2 putouts by the second baseman. That one curves in. Number 6 for Arcadia, Nick Drabin, working fast. The second he gets that ball, he's putting it in. Fastball on the outside part, and just a little bit too outside. The count goes even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, Drabin, his fastball in the low 80s. Your 3-2, bounced in there. So after a couple of ground outs, a 2-out base runner, Burgess gets the walk. Walk number 4 so far today from the Arcadia pitchers.
Now batting number 23, Matt Silvestri.
Here comes the catcher. Silvestri, 2 for 2 today. A couple of singles, both to the left side. Scored in the first. Hard to blame the Arcadia pitchers if they want to keep going over to first base. Already 4 stolen bases today for the Garnet. That one curves in for a strike as well. Looked like it was coming right at the front shoulder after about 30 feet, but curves away in the second part of that pitch. 64 stolen bases on the year already for Swarthmore in just 72 attempts. The 0-2. That one gets away and down the second base. On the wild pitch goes Burgess. Runner in scoring position now with 2 away. Silvestri still playing from behind. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The 1-2 runners off. And he'll get in the third standing. Second stolen base of the afternoon for Burgess. That's the second time he's stolen third. Much easier than the first time around, though. So now a runner at third. And that pitch just outside for a ball. So full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away for Silvestri, with Burgess now on third. This one lifted to left center field. It will drop. And an RBI single for Silvestri as Burgess scampers home. So after 2 outs to start the inning, innocently enough, and then we have a walk, a wild pitch, a stolen base for Burgess, and he scores on the 2-out single to left field. Nice piece of hitting by the 4-hitter. Who is now 3 for 3 today. That is his 3rd RBI. Burgess scores for the second time today. Top of the order doing all sorts of damage
14, Nate Jabara.
as Nate Jabara steps in. 5 of the 7 runs so far today for Swarthmore come from the 1-2-3 hitters. Trotta Herzer has scored 1, Mutz has scored 2, and Burgess now has crossed home plate twice. This one popped up right over my head. Jabbar 0 for 2, popped up to the second baseman and was robbed by the center fielder in his second at bat. A play that ended up in right center field. We'll see if Silvestri will keep the pressure on. Got a decent lead, nothing too extravagant over at first. Takes a secondary, and that is strike number 2. Silvestri with a modest 2 stolen bases on the year. The 1-2 bounced in. Count goes even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Infield playing straight up on the 2-2 pitch. This went over to the second baseman. Flips over to the shortstop for out number 3. So Masello makes all 3 putouts here in the bottom of the 4th, but Swarthmore does come up with another run on 1 hit, 1 left. We've played 4, now 7-1, the Garnet.
Pitching for the Garnet, number 19, Dane Skufka.
Welcome back, Dane Skufka stepping in.
Leading off for the Knights is number 44, Hunter Curley.
Pitcher number 4 this afternoon for the Garnet, as he'll face numbers 2, 3, and 4. Hunter Curley leading off for Arcadia here in the top of the 5th. Skufka 7.71 ERA, no decisions, his 4th appearance of the year. He's a right-handed junior from Charlotte, North Carolina. An engineering and economics major. As for Curley, 1 for 2 today, singled up the middle in his first at bat, then flew out to right field in the second at bat. This one fouled back, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Arcadia playing about as well as you can expect any team to play so early in the season. And we're not that early anymore, 20 games in for Arcadia at 17-3. 3 interesting games this past weekend. How often do you win 3 straight games all by 1 run? They took on Wilkes University. They won 10-9 on the road in game number 1. That was on Friday. Then they come home on Saturday. Win 6-5. They put up 3 runs in the 7th to win that game. So it was a walk-off in game number 1. So game number 2 of the 3-game set, but game number 1 in that doubleheader on Saturday. That pitch just a bit high. Nick Fossil picking up the win. 6 innings pitched. Again, that's a 7-inning game that they played in game number 1. Fossil got the start. Didn't get the win, but he got the start. Pitched 6 innings. Give up 10 hits and 3 earned runs. That ball's hit deep to left center field. All the way to the wall it goes. And another hard hit ball for the Springford product in Hunter Curley. Curley from Collegeville. So he's got a single on the day and a double on the day and a leadoff base runner in scoring position for the Knights as Macello steps in. The 3 weekend pitchers for Arcadia, 3 good arms in Curley, Fossil, and Sibley. Sibley is one of the more interesting arms on this team. He's a Coastal Carolina transfer. So Arcadia picked up a top-notch Division I product as one of their weekend starters. As Macello steps in for his third at bat, 0 for 2 so far today is Justin. Curley can run, 14 stolen bases on the year. Macello said he got hit on the elbow in that one. Looked at the umpire. Umpire didn't buy it, so he stays in on 3 balls and no strikes. Skufka delivers. Fastball right down the pike for strike number 1. I mentioned earlier that Hunter is the son of Keith Curley, the first base coach, and the assistant coach. Those two have been together a long time playing baseball. As that ball's hit deep to center field. Cook going back, and off the top of the wall. Curley had to hold up. He wasn't sure what would happen with that ball. If Cook was going to be able to reel it in. He actually looked like he was getting ready to tag just in case. So that is a long double off the top of that wall in center field, but Curley only moves up 90 feet. So now runners at second and third. So 2 hard hit balls, both to center field. Back-to-back doubles. How often do you see back-to-back doubles but no runs score? This brings up Cheeseman, who's 0 for 2. So Curley and his dad, Hunter and Keith, when Hunter was younger, Keith ran a Collegeville team, the Blue Sox, for many years, where Hunter was one of his players in that team, one of those travel teams that went all up and down the East Coast, played in the Cooperstown tournament that a lot of the kids like to go to. This ball's popped up. Mutz, a tough play in the sun, and that is out number 1. So Keith was playing with Hunter or coaching Hunter during his Little League type days, and now he's got him in college, which is really nice. A nice relationship between the two of them. They two baseball guys have spent a lot of time together on the road and have seen each other play a lot of games. We're having a discussion, something with the pitcher. Getting an earful from one of the umps. Some sort of warning. Trying to hear what happened. Not quite sure what happened. I might have touched his mouth. I'm not sure if he made a bad move with the ball in his hand. Obviously wasn't in his windup, so it's nothing like a balk. So either way, we can getting back to play. So it all ends up with an added ball to the count. So 1 ball, no strikes to Smolin. Runners at second and third. It's reset. Curley at third. Masello is at second. Cheeseman popped up to the third baseman, to Mutz. Fastball high for a ball. And now we go 3 balls and no strikes. Just 1 away. Fastball catches the inside part of the plate. Taken all the way is number 5. And that fastball is high for a ball. And the bases are loaded. Loaded with Knights. Looks like we might have a pinch hitter here. Looks like number 20 is coming in. Aaron Oswalt. A sophomore, 6'2", from Pasadena, Maryland. And he's coming in for Matt Sott. So we'll see if Oswalt moves into left field when we come back on defense. To reset for you, bases loaded now. We have Hunter Curley at third, Masello at second, Smolin at first. We do have 1 out. Cheeseman popped up with a tough play, actually, to Mutz, as that ball was in the sun and being swirled around by the wind. First and third basemen both kind of pinching in. Reynolds on the grass at first, Mutz on the grass at third. As you imagine, the middle of the infield playing back, looking for a possible double play ball that will get them out of this inning. And a ball and no strikes. Skufka tries to get out of this one. This one fouled away. Some more scores, by the way, updated scores on this Tuesday, March 29th. E-Town, Elizabethtown over Franklin and Marshall in the 5th, 3-0. Misericordia has come back and running it up a little bit on Dickinson, 7-2. That game also in the 5th. No score from the Penn State-York Gettysburg game, and then you have your game here, Swarthmore up 6-1 on Arcadia. 7-1, excuse me. Dane 1 strike away from a big second out in this inning. The 1-2. Lifted deep to right field. Burgess going back, and gone. Over the fence it goes for a grand slam. And all of a sudden, we have ourselves a ball game. We were at 7-1. We are now at 7-5. A pinch hitter. Oswalt comes in, and he makes Coach Torsani look real good as he clears the bases. Curley comes in. Macello comes in. Smoling comes in on a grand slam by number 9. And that makes it a 7-5 ball game. And we have a meeting on the mound, as you might expect. This will bring up Donchez.
Now pitching number 30, Owen Webb.
And we have a new pitcher on the mound. So let's take a break. We'll step away. I'll reset. Got ourselves a ball game now in the top of the 5th. 7-5, still in favor of Swarthmore. Welcome back to a tight ball game and a new pitcher. That's number 30, Owen Webb. His 7th appearance this season, a 9.64 ERA. That grand slam by Oswalt, by the way, his first home run of the season.
Yes, sir. Good job.
And he more than doubled his RBI total in the year. He started with 3. He now has 7 RBIs on the year after the grand slam. This is number 17, Matt Donchez. No official at-bats today. He has walked twice in the 2nd and 4th innings. One ball, 2 strikes. So Kafka comes out. Holds back on the ball. Count goes even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 5th pitcher today for Coach Midkiff's team. 5 pitchers, and we're in the 5th inning. That one just misses inside. Sylvester wanted that one. He was all set and ready to throw down the mutts at 3rd. But the count goes 3 balls and 2 strikes. And there is strike number 3, and there's a throw down the third. Out number 2 here in the top of the 5th.
Number 1, Zach Sekelic.
Sekelic steps in. 0 for 1 officially today. Struck out looking and walked in the 4th. Mutt's just about a foot onto the dirt behind the grass. Looking at a possible bunt situation. Kind of a check swing, and that will do it for Arcadia here in the top of the 5th, but some damage done. 3 hits, including a grand slam to right field. 4 runs total. We have ourselves a ball game as we move to the bottom of the 5th, 7-5. Swarthmore still in front. Welcome back to the bottom of the 5th inning. Some defensive changes. We'll take you through that as we move through this half inning. For Swarthmore, we'll go 6, 7, and 8, starting off with Paul Cook. Cook 1 for 2, the only home run for the home team so far today. A blast to right field. We'll see Beedling and Reynolds after that. On the mound now for the Knights, Kyle Coffey, a first-year pitcher, 5'10", from Ocean View, Delaware, making his collegiate debut. Fifth pitcher of the day for the Knights, by the way, as Drabin steps down. Also in the outfield, some changes. Donchez moves from right field to left. And number 10, Joe Kumar, steps in at right field. Kumar is a sophomore Newtown, Pennsylvania. This ball hit down the left field line. Caught nicely by Donchez. And that is out number one. That always happens. When you make a change in with the fielders, the ball just seems to find you. That's the baseball gods. And a nice play by the right fielder who moved to left field for out number one. This brings up number 31, Max Beedling. Beedling officially 0 for 1 today. He grounded out to the second baseman in his first at-bat, walked in his second at-bat, and stole second base. One of 5 stolen bases so far today. We're heading into a real big weekend for the Garnet as they open up conference play, taking on Washington College, a doubleheader here on Saturday. And it's going to be tough early. It's never easy in the Centennial, but they have 2 games against Washington College here, as I mentioned, on Saturday, 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We'll have both those games for you, by the way. And then get a couple of days off, and then Johns Hopkins comes to town for a single game on Tuesday, and then they go down to Baltimore for another single game on Friday, as Beedling gets caught looking.
Now bag number 25, Emmett Reynolds.
This brings up Emmett Reynolds, who's walked and struck out today. And then they go back home after that Tuesday game against Johns Hopkins on the road. They come home to take on Gettysburg on the 9th of April. But when you look at the preseason rankings, and again, preseason, it's hard to tell, what's going on. It's the coaches' opinions based on the year before. But Hopkins was picked to win the conference again. They got 9 first-place votes, followed by Franklin and Marshall and Swarthmore right behind in the 3 spot. And then there's Washington College. So you have to remember, top 4 teams make the playoffs in the Centennial. So Swarthmore, Washington College, that'll be an early test between 2 of the teams that in the preseason poll are picked to get in. And then you have the perennial power of this conference in Hopkins waiting in the wings after that doubleheader against Washington College. The good news for Swarthmore is those first 3 games are home, so it gives them a chance to get their feet under themselves at home, as that ball's lost in the wind and maybe in the sun by Kumar, who was just put out into right field in the defensive change. And that's a hit. It looks good in the book, does it, for Reynolds? His first hit of the day. I tell you, with the wind out there and the sun, it is a little bit of a struggle. It's got to be in the outfield. We've been seeing some nice plays by the fielders today. It's been a clean game and technically still no errors at all, but obviously a ball that should have been caught by the right fielder. Still now, with Rothwark stepping in as a 9-hitter, there is a runner in scoring position as the lefty deals. So if you can't get out to the games this weekend into next week, make sure you join us on the Garnet Sports Network. We'll have both games on Saturday, 12 o'clock and 3 o'clock game against Coach Bittig's team for Washington College. And then Johns Hopkins on Tuesday. That's a 3:30 game here. Nice stretch for the Garnet. 5 of the next 6 are home. as they move into conference play. Looking to get a little bit healthy here, as they had a 7-1 lead. It's now 7-5 after the grand slam. The 1-1 inside for a ball. On deck, Terada Herzer. It's hard to blame Coffey for looking back at second. A lot of stolen bases today for Swarthmore. That ball's hit hard to left field, back, and gone! A golf shot. That's like more like a 5-iron or a 3-iron over or right next to the 339 mark for Ruffwarg. A 2-run shot as Reynolds scores on that long ball. The second home run of the day. This makes it 9-5 in favor of the home team. Home run number 1 on the year for Ruffwarg. And that's a big long ball. After giving up those 4 runs in the top of the 5th, Swarthmore comes back and puts a crooked number on the board. A two shots so far, 2-run shot. And this goes back to the top of the order, Kirk Terada Herzer. All 3 home runs today, just cranking them out of here. Couple to right field, 1 to left field. That one was up there. If that was a punt, that had a lot of airtime, a lot of hang time. That ball was up there for a long time. Just to the left of that 339 mark. Another hard hit ball. This one's dipping, diving in left field. And that is out number 3. Real nice play by Donchez, who had a couple of nice plays in left field. Robs Terada Herzer of a hit. Swarthmore not too happy about that, as the umpire's hearing it right now, as he's saying he trapped it. But the call will stand, as Midkiff's given the umpires a piece of his mind. But still out number 3 as a couple of runs come across. We've played 5. We'll take a quick break. 9-5 in favor of the Garnet. Welcome back as we move to the top of the 6th inning. This number 10, Joe Kumar, getting his first at bat today. Owen Webb still on the mound for the Garnet. Fireworks in this game right now. 5 runs on 7 hits for the visitors. 9 runs, 9 hits for the home team. We've seen 3 home runs, 2 for Swarthmore, and 1 for the Knights of Arcadia. A tomahawk chop for number 10 and a base runner to lead off the 6th inning.
Now batting number 2, Alex Madera.
So go back to the top of the order. Kumar came in the 9 hole. And this is Alex Madera, the shortstop, junior. 1 for 2 today. Also walked. Lays down a bunt, a nice bunt. This is going to be a tough play. Over to third. We're coming from third is Mutz, who made a throw over to Reynolds. Probably not the best idea to make that throw. He really had no chance at Madera. But Reynolds made a nice play to hold on to that ball.
Now batting number 44, Hunter Curley.
And this brings in Hunter Curley. Curley already with a couple of hits today. Pitch on the inside part of the plate for strike number 1. Both hits for Curley so far today up the middle, the single and the double. He falls into a hole, no balls and 2 strikes. Pitch from Webb as he wastes one on 0-2. Got to be careful, though. You don't want to let those runners come up 90 feet. You're already in enough trouble with runners at first and second, nobody out. After a single to left and a bunt that maybe was put down as a sacrifice, but turned into a nice single. Now I look at the score. I doubt that was a sacrifice. That was probably a bunt for a hit, down 4 runs. Either way, it ended up as a hit. Outfield playing deep on Curley on the left side, shallow on the right, which is what we see most of the day. The 2-2 pitch high, and the count goes full. We've seen this a lot today. Full counts with bases, a couple of bases taken, first and second taken, and a full count. So we're 1 pitch away from a possible bases loaded situation with nobody out. We've seen that a couple of times for both teams, it seems. Again, we wait for the 3-2 pitch. That one fouled away. The last second you saw Cook slide about 20 feet to his right out in center field. Instead of playing Hunter now to pull, he's playing him to push it to the right side. And Burgess definitely not hugging the line, but also playing closer to the line than what we've seen so far today. That pitch outside and a walk. So Curley's on for a 3rd time today, a couple of hits and now a walk, and the bases are loaded. Here comes Masello. With Kumar now at third. Madero at second. Curley at first. Masello 1 for 3. Doubled in his last at bat. The 1-0 to Masello. And this is going to bring in a run, at least one. And everybody moves up one base as Kumar scores on the RBI single from Masello. Madero held up at third at the last second.
Number 40, Cheeseman.
And Curley steps in at second base. So 4 batters here in this top of the 6th. All 4 have reached. 1 run is already across, still nobody out. And this is the first baseman in Connor Cheeseman. Fastball for a strike. Swarthmore gave up 1 run in the first 4 innings, but they gave up a 4 spot on a grand slam in the 5th, and they're in trouble here in the top of the 6th. The 1-1. This game is looking a lot like a Red Sox-Yankees game. 1 out here in the 6th. And we are approaching 2.5 hours of this game. It's almost 6 o'clock. We started this game at 3:30. So we're not 2/3 the way done, but we're 2.5 in. So before it's all said and done, Mother Nature might keep us from finishing all 9, at least at this pace. Sun sets at 7:22 today. You think we have a little bit more than an hour left of playable sunlight. And that is ball number 4. And an RBI for Cheeseman as Madera comes in to score the second run of this inning. And we're going to have a talk here on the mound, as you might expect, with Curley now at third, Masello at second, and Cheeseman at first after the walk. And we're going to have a pitching change. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with a new pitcher, and we'll reset for you. Again, you're watching baseball, Arcadia, Swarthmore on the Garnet Sports Network. Coming right back. Welcome back on the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine with you. Some college baseball as we are in the top of the 6th inning. And a new pitcher as Swarthmore's trying to work out of a jam here. Already 2 across. Bases are loaded. Still nobody out in a 9-7 ball game. And on the mound, number 10, Casey Jordan, the sophomore right-handed pitcher from New Hampshire. Jordan a 4.05 ERA, his 7th appearance so far this year. No decisions. He's facing Smolin. He is the 5-hitter. Smolin officially 1 for 2 today. Single and a walk. He has scored twice. And every bag has a knight standing on it. This one's popped up in the infield. Ruffwarg is right there. Barely has to move. They had the infield fly rule on. So that is an out. Whether he catches it or not, that is out number 2. Or excuse me, out number 1. Stepping in as a pinch hitter for Arcadia. Number 11, Emilio Palente. Palente takes strike number 1.
Pinch hitting number 11, Emilio Palante.
Palante, the sophomore, 5'8", from Churchville, Pennsylvania. Hits one to left field. That one will fall. 1 run comes in. Another run comes in. And a pinch hit, 2 RBI double. And we have ourselves a tie ball game. As Curley comes in, as does Macello. Cheeseman moves all the way to 3rd. And Palente now stands at 2nd base. So runners now at 2nd and 3rd. Hard hit ball right at the first baseman coming home. A bang bang play out at home. Real nice play. As Arcadia is running on contact, Reynolds, instead of stepping on first and getting the 1 out, gets that lead runner. As Cheeseman is out number 2 at home. Big play to keep this game at a 9-9 ball game. So a fielder's choice. 3-2 on the putout. This brings up number 1, Selecki. Still the go-ahead run 90 feet away, but now with 2 outs. That was a bullet coming home with Emmett Reynolds. A lot of things had to work for Swarthmore on that play. The ball had to be hit hard. It was right at the first baseman. He knew exactly what to do. He was pinched in already. Runners at 1st and 3rd. Donchez was running on that play. Was wondering if he would try to get himself in an intentional pickle to see if he could bring home the runner from 3rd, Palente, but the ball's fouled away. 8 runs in the last 2 innings for the Knights. They've stormed back from a 7-1 deficit, now at 9-9. The 0-2, and that is strike number 3. But some more damage done. Another 4 spot for the Knights here in the top of the 6th. And we're tied up 9 apiece as we move to the bottom of the 6th. Swarthmore coming to bat. Welcome back. Bottom of the sixth. Matt Fine with you on the Garnet Sports Network. We've got ourselves a new ball game, 9-9, if you can believe it. 9 runs, 11 hits for the visitors. 9 runs on 9 hits for the home team. All sorts of defensive changes. We'll try to get to those as we move along here with Luke Mutz stepping in for his 4th at bat. The first thing we want to tell you is Drew Pecorelli, the sophomore from Mullica Hill, New Jersey, is the new pitcher as Kyle Coffey steps down. This is pitcher number 6 for the Knights. So Mutz gets jammed there. He's behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. Behind the plate, a new catcher, number 13, Nick Opolkowski. And that is strike number 3 looking, something you don't see too often as Mutz goes down, and that is 1 away here in the 6th.
Now batting number 2, Austin Burgess.
In steps Austin Burgess. At third base, number 11 is another substitution, Emilio Palente. This ball is hit to center field and picked up by Sekelic.
Now batting number 23, Matt Silvestri.
In left field, Smoland is now standing out there. Number 5, Donchez, number 17, moves back over to right. He started in right, moved to left. He's back in right field. So those are some of the defensive changes. 4 in all. And here's Silvestri at bat number 4. Silvestri having a day, 3 for 3, 3 singles. That ball skied to shallow right field. Over is Donchez, who's been everywhere today for out number 3. A quick bottom of the 6th, 3 up, 3 down for the Garnet. We have played 6, still 9-9.
Now pitching for the Garnet, number 20, Zach Camp.
Welcome back to the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine with you. And what's turning into an exciting marathon here at Clothier. 9 runs, 11 hits for Arcadia. 9 runs, 9 hits for Swarthmore as we move into the top of the 7th. This is Nick Opolkowski. He's facing a new pitcher, by the way. This is number 20 on the mound, Zach Camp, senior righty. Opolkowski coming in batting .270 this season. Swing and misses and kind of turned his ankle there. Went down in a big heap. And that looks painful. As the trainer will come out and take a look. Looked like his foot just didn't land quite right. And that looks painful. Looks like his right ankle. Not sure if he cramped up or just turned the ankle. But they're looking at that whole leg. Now another trainer coming out, the one for Swarthmore. We got a couple of people attending to Opolkowski. Nick, a senior from Phoenixville. So moving both legs, but he looks like he's in a lot of pain. Looks like they might have to pinch hit for him. They're looking at it right now. Looks to me like Brendan Bainey is warming up, number 34, as a possible pinch hitter. Or a substitution, really. It can't be easy coming off the bench with no notice in this weather as well. That's Coach Tersani, walks over and has a little talk with him. So he's walking it off as number 13. Things looking a little bit better for Opolkowski than they were about a second ago. All right, looks like he's going to stay in. All right, so a 2-2 count after about a 2-minute delay. So we're back into play on the 2-2 pitch from Camp. And there's strike number 3, and he falls down again. So Opolkowski just having a tough time on that leg right now as he goes back into the dugout. So he takes a seat. It'll be interesting to see what happens because that Opolkowski is the second catcher for the Knights. Murphy's already out. If Opolkowski cannot go on, that'll be 2 catchers down for the Knights. We'll see who they might bring in as the third catcher. We're back to the top of the order with Madera. bunted for a single and scored in his last at bat just in the 6th inning. He's got a couple of hits today, also singled in the 1st inning to lead off the game. Over for a called strike, 3 balls and 1 strike as he was taking all the way was Madera. Some more scores, updated scores from around the Centennial. Elizabethtown, a final score now over Franklin and Marshall. That final is 4-0 as the count goes full. Misericordia running it up a little bit on Dickinson. Dickinson had an early lead in that game, but now Misericordia 15, Dickinson 4. And the only other game that we have a score from is this one, a 9-9 score. The 3-2. Yep. Fastball a little bit low. Ball number 4, and number 2 takes a walk. Second walk of the afternoon into the early evening hours for Madera. This brings up Hunter Curley. He's having a nice day. Couple of hits, also walked. He's scored twice. Fastball for a called strike. The go-ahead run on board. Haven't been able to say that almost at all today for Arcadia as they've been playing from behind the entire day. Swarthmore putting up 5 runs in the bottom of the 1st inning. That kind of set the tone for the first 4 innings or so, but these last 2, some big crooked numbers for the Knights as they scored 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th to come all the way back and tie this game at 9 apiece. Fastball high as Curley holds. Hunter wants a second. Infield playing straight up, outfield shaded a little bit to the right. Curley has home run power. Fastball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1, low for a ball. Arcadia expected to be in the mix in the MAC Freedom. I was mentioning Misericordia having a real nice day out of conference against the Centennial team. Misericordia 15-4 now in the bottom of the 9th. Misericordia the preseason favorites to win the MAC Freedom, picking up 6 of the 8 first-place votes. Misericordia has won that conference 10 years in a row, if you can believe it. Runner going, and it doesn't matter as Curley takes one right on the shoulder. So he reaches again. Curley finding different ways to get on base today. He's walked, picked up a couple of singles, and now he gets hit by pitch. Runners at first and second now for number 19, Justin Masello. So Misericordia, again, the favorite until they are knocked off that perch. When you win the conference 10 years in a row, You're obviously going to be the preseason favorite to win it. They are. Miss Arcadia was nationally ranked to start the year. They've fallen out of the top 25. Sales picked the finish in second as that ball's hit to left field softly enough that a run will come around to score, and a go-ahead run for the Knights. An RBI single. Madera scores. Cello stands at first base.
Now batting number 40, Connor Cheeseman.
Hit number 3 this afternoon for the second baseman for the Knights. Curley now standing at second base, and Cheeseman stands in for his 5th at bat. Still looking for hit number 1. He did walk in the 6th. Officially 0 for 3. Runners going. Down to second. Safe at second. That was a bullet coming from Silvestri, but not able to get the runner. So a couple of stolen bases. Macello and Curley. And 2 runners in scoring position now. An 0-1 count to Cheeseman. Get back to the preseason poll in the MAC Freedom in a second, as we have an interesting situation here in a 10-9 ball game now, and a couple of runners in scoring position as Arcadia looks to expand the lead as that ball's fouled away. No balls, 2 strikes. Cheeseman playing defense here at the plate. Again, looking for hit number 1. Infield is in, by the way. They're trying to keep this to a 1-run game. That pitch high for a ball. You do have Curley at third, who's got some wheels. Kind of a half-hearted pickoff play, as much wasn't even on third. The infield's pulled in, so they're not really holding on any runners, of course, but they want to make sure that Curley knows that they're paying attention to him over at third. But Mutz, in reality, is about 10 feet off third. Here's the pitch. This one bounced up the middle and past the diving Roughwarg into center field. 1 run comes in. The other one is held up on the throw down to second. Safe at second. The ball was there first. I guess they're saying he just missed the tag. So Jabbar thought he had him on the nice throw from Silvestri down to second. A run does come in, so Curley scores. Macello now stands at third.
Now batting number 5, Ryan Smolin.
Cheeseman at second. So everybody pretty much changed his places. Still now second and third. Another run has come in, a 2-run lead for the visitors. Number 5, first pitch swinging off the second baseman, Jabbar, and into shallow right field. In comes 2 more runs. Macello scores. Cheeseman scores. That's our first error of the game. We're going E4 on that ball. And that's a tough play. With the infield pulled in like it was, that ball was hit real hard by Smolin. But an E4 nonetheless, and a runner at first. And when it's all said and done, it's another 4-run inning. 4s have been wild here for Arcadia. 4 in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, now 4 again here in the 7th inning. This is Palente at the plate. Still just one out. Things have gotten away from the Garnet just here a little bit in the last couple of innings. This one fisted to right field. And a few times in the last couple of innings we've seen one of those routine outs as Burgess pulls that in. That is out number 2.
Now batting number 17, Matt Donchez.
Donchez steps in. Officially 0 for 2. He's reached twice, both via walk in the 2nd and 4th. Also a fielder's choice in the 6th. Donchez also struck out somewhere in the middle of all of that. Still looking for hit number 1. No balls and 1 strike. Strike number 2 down the 2nd. A delayed steal in a lot of ways, but Smolin is there. They just changed that official score, by the way. We had an E4 originally that's been changed to a hit. So still no errors for either team in this game, as he gives Smolin a 2 RBI single on that play, as that ball kind of ricocheted off Jabara, who was pulled in. He was on the grass. That ball was a rocket coming at him. Hit off him and went into right field, allowing both runs to come in. But it keeps Jabara's fielding percentage high, and it keeps Smolin's batting average up as well as he gets the hit there. That's his 2nd hit of the day now. So officially, if we go back in time, he's 2 for 4 now with a walk. Yep. Reached on an error as well earlier. This ball sent to center field, deep to center field, back. The wind's taking this one and gone right next to the 377 mark. Off the bat, I didn't think it had the distance, but it ended up with the distance as it got up in that jet stream. And a 2-run shot, Smolin scores on the home run from Donchez. A 6th spot here in the 7th inning, and all of a sudden a 15-9 ball game. Arcadia coming back with gusto here. 4th home run we've seen today. 2 for each team. Donchez picks up a good time to grab that first hit of the day. Again, I had mentioned he had walked a couple of times. So that's the 3rd time he's reached, but the first time he's really laid in the one. This brings up number 1, Sekelic. He's also looking for hit number 1. 15 runs on 15 hits now for Arcadia, as they're looking to move to 18-3 if they can hold on here in the late innings. Just to put that into perspective for you, last year Arcadia won 21 games the entire season. They have the possibility of winning number 18 today. We are still in late March, if you can believe it. One ball and 2 strikes. We also have passed the 3-hour mark, and we still sit in the top of the 7th. And there's strike number 3 and out number 3, but plenty of damage done in the top of the 7th. 6 runs across. Arcadia's taking its first lead of the day. 15-9 is the score as we stretch mid-7th. We've stretched. We're back bottom of the 7th. And a whole new ball game for the first time. The Garnet playing from behind. Trailing 15-9 after Swarthmore gives up 6 in the top of the 7th. This is Nate Jabara, his 4th at bat. We'll go 5, 6, and 7 here in the 7th inning. This one's popped straight up. Picked up by the second baseman. That's number 19, Macello, and out number 1. We have our 3rd catcher of the day for the Knights. Ryan Hanna, number 38, first-year catcher, 5'11", from Somerset, New Jersey, comes in. Murphy went out earlier. He started. Then Opolkowski hurt himself in his last at-bat. Looked like he had a bad leg, maybe ankle. And he was able to finish the at-bat, but limping big time heading back to the dugout. So he sits. So this is Ryan Hanna now behind the plate, catching balls and strikes for Drew Pecorelli. If and when Hanna steps to the plate offensively, it'll be his collegiate debut at the plate. "15 runs, 15 hits for the Knights. 9 runs, 9 hits for the home team. We have been errorless today. The Knights have a big weekend coming up. After this game, they can set their sights on Misericordia. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the 10-time defending champs. Unlike some of the other conferences, most of the other conferences that haven't played any league games, Arcadia already 6-0 in conference. This one's bounced to the right side, scooped up nicely. Another out by Macello.
Hitting for the Garnet, number 4, George Briggs.
We have a pinch hitter for Fiedling. George Briggs, senior from California. He'll take over in the DH spot. Briggs batting .231 this season. 12 hits and 52 at-bats. Those 6 conference wins, 3 against King's College for Arcadia, and then 3 more against Wilkes. No real close games against King's College. They won 11-6, 13-0, and 8-3 in that 3-game set, playing the first game at home and then heading up to Wilkes-Barre for games number 2 and 3. And then I mentioned to you the 3 wins against Wilkes, all 1-run games. So that's where they sit at 6-0. This one's popped up, and that is out number 3 as Briggs goes down. A 1-2-3, bottom of the 7th. We've played 7 full heading to the top of the 8th in a 15-9 ball game in favor of the Knights. We are back top of the 8th inning.
38, Ryan Hanna.
And Ryan Hanna stepping in for his first at bat. He came in as the catcher, and he's facing a new pitcher. Number 44 on the mound. Jeremy Jensen, a freshman, 6'2", from Washington, D.C. Pitcher number 8 this afternoon for the Garnet. Jensen's 4th appearance of the season, a 12.46 ERA, 4 1/3 innings. Starting to see shadows over the field here at Clothier. So we are well past the 3-hour mark of this game in the 8th. Fastball over for a called strike. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Drop third, strike down to first it goes. And Hanna is down for out number 1 here in the 8th.
Now batting number 2, Alex Madera.
By the way, that was Hanna's collegiate debut at the plate. His first ever at bat in college. It's always exciting no matter how it ends up. We're back to the top of the order. This is number 2, Alex Madera. At bat number 6 here in the 8th inning. Scored a couple of times already today. Once in the 6th, once in the 7th. Officially 2 for 3. On deck, Hunter Curley. It seems every time I've turned my head, Hunter Curley is either on deck, at the plate, or somewhere between first and third. Three balls and 1 strike to the leadoff hitter. Madera Jr. from Delran, New Jersey. 5'10", 165. Throws right, bats left. That is strike number 2. 3-2 is your count. And there's ball number 4 and a 1-out walk.
Now batting number 44, Hunter Curley.
It's a 3rd walk today for Madera. This brings up Hunter Curley. Curley scored 3 times today. Scored in the 4th. Scored in the 5th. Scored in the 6th. Scored in the 7th. He's got a couple of hits. A walk. He was hit by pitch. Runner goes. Ball in the dirt. Stolen base for Madera. Stolen base number 19 on the season for the junior. Good block by Silvestri. 2 balls, no strikes. That one in the dirt. 3-0. This will be looking for Curley to take a pitch here. If Arcadia can hang on, as I mentioned, they'll move to 18-3. They're the only team nationally ranked in either conference, whether it's the MAC Freedom or the Centennial. We're used to seeing Johns Hopkins in the top 25. They were in the top 25 until this past week. Hopkins went 2-2 last week and dropped from number 24 to now just receiving votes, or as I should say, actually receiving vote. They got 1 vote in the latest poll. Some other local teams that are ranked. Salisbury is ranked, as you might expect, 16-7. Rowan, a team that played here earlier this season. Rowan ranked 7th in the country at 11-4. Rowan's loaded. And Marietta is the number 1 team in the country at 15-3. So Arcadia moving up. We'll see how things go against Misericordia this weekend. If Arcadia can continue to play the way the Knights are, you'll see them continue to move up. But they'll have a tough weekend this weekend as they're playing the defending champs, the 10-time defending champs. Misericordia picking up a win today. See if I can get a final score. They were taking on Dickinson. They were up 15, I believe 15-4 in the 9th, and that's the final score is 15-4. So Misericordia gets the win today. A little bit of a hit and run as this one's blooped into shallow right field. It falls. Madera had his wheels on and just kept on going. And that's a hit for Curley. Kind of an excuse-me hit as we see father-son over at first base.
Now batting number 19, Justin Masella.
So Madera scores, making it a 16-9 ball game. Give Curley his 3rd hit today. A couple of singles and a double. And Masella comes in. Masella 3 for 5. So Madera has 2 hits, Curley with 3. Masella has 3 hits. He's up right now. Smolin, a multi-hit game as well. He's 2 for 4. Curley down to second. Pretty nice throw, but the ball gets knocked out of the hand of number 14, Nate Jabbar, as basically Curley ran right into the throw. So that's going to hurt, especially with how cold it is out here, but give Curley a stolen base. That's his 2nd stolen base today. On the season, 16 stolen bases for the Collegeville product. No balls and 2 strikes to Masello. Misses in the dirt. The 1-2. This one fisted to right, but right at Burgess for out number 2. Curley stays put. And here comes Cheeseman. Cheeseman with 1 hit today. Came in the 7th inning. Arcadia, after scoring just 1 run in the first 4 innings, they've picked up 15 runs in the last 4 innings. The 1-0. That Pitch just misses a fastball outside. Has to also be one of the longer games that they're going to play this year that doesn't go into extra innings. This game started at 3:30, or about 3 hours and 20 in. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. That ball's hit hard to left field, deep, back, and gone. A 2-run shot for the cleanup hitter, Cheeseman. Hunter Curley scores in front of him. Curley touches home plate for the 4th time today. Cheeseman with a long ball. And now an 18-9 lead for Arcadia. They have doubled up the Garnet. For Cheeseman, that is home run number 1 this season.
Now batting number 5, Ryan Smolin.
And that is hit number 17 for the Knights so far today. The Cheeseman picks up hit number 2. Smolin comes in. He's got a couple of hits on the day. Four straight innings with crooked numbers for the Knights. A couple of hardy souls out near the dorms beyond the fence in left center field. That place will be packed once it gets a little bit warmer, especially when you hit a weekend. It's a great atmosphere here. We just got to get above 45 degrees. 1-1 is the count with 2 away. That pitch is high for a ball. Count goes even. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. For Swarthmore, we'll see 8, 9, and 1 in the bottom of the 8th. That one does take a right-hand turn just enough not to hit number 5. Another one fisted to right, but Burgess right there for out number 3. But more damage done as the Knights extend the lead with 3 more here in the top of the 8th. We have an 18-9 ball game coming back, bottom 8. Welcome back to Clothier Field and the Garnet Sports Network. Matt Fine with you in the late innings. Let's move to the bottom of the 8th inning. Emmett Reynolds will see 8, 9, and 1. And we have a new pitcher for the Knights. Pitcher number 7 today for the Knights, Colin Baudish. Number 35 is a senior from Phoenixville. On the season, appearance number 3. In 1 2/3, has not given up a run yet this year. Again, he'll face 8, 9, and 1. See Rothwarg on deck in the 9 hole. On deck in the 9 hole before we go back to the top of the order. 18 runs, 17 hits. No errors for the visitors. For the home team in Swarthmore, 9 runs on 9 hits. So Arcadia has doubled up the Garnet. Said he did not go. This game is upside down. If you take a look at the first 4 innings or so, Swarthmore in charge. You take a look at the last 4 innings, and Arcadia's just opened it up. 4 runs in the 5th, 4 in the 6th, 6 runs in the 7th, and another 3 runs in the 8th. And Arcadia is taking control of this game. And this came after a 5 spot in the bottom of the 1st from the Garnet. They were leading 5-0 after 1 inning. Rothwarg comes in, his 4th at bat. 1 for 3 so far today. A bomb to left field, a home run in the 5th. That was a 2-run shot. With a pinch hitter on deck as well when we go back to the top of the order. Number 24 standing in for Tirada Herzer. It'll be Josh Bean. The lights are on behind us in the soccer field. Two balls and 1 strike. We've seen 15 pitchers today. Not sure what the record is, but we have to be getting close to whatever record there is. 8 pitchers today for Swarthmore, 7 for Arcadia. This one looped to right field, charging and making a nice play in right field. That's number 17, Donchez. He's been all over the place today, whether it's left or right field. He's made a couple nice plays in left, a bunch of nice plays in right. And that is out number 1. So here comes number 24 with his first at bat. And a fabulous walk-up song, by the way. Bean batting .192 this season. His 17th appearance. 5 hits in 26 at-bats. He sees one pitch, goes just a bit inside on him. Thought that might have hit him in the backside, but Everybody stays put, except for the runner at first, Emmett Reynolds, who's now down at second base. Both teams like to run, as I've mentioned plenty of times today, but in an 18-9 game, I'd be surprised if anyone's moving here. Short of a wild pitch or a pass ball. Not much sun left on this field, just in left field right now. The entire infield and right field, center field, all now in the shade. That one fouled away. But because we have magic here in the press booth, we can make it look lighter than it actually is. Just to play with the camera a little bit, right? 2 balls and 2 strikes. On the 2-2. This one to right field as well. Dropping, but out number 2. So Bean flies out to right.
Now batting number 7, Luke Musk.
This brings up Luke Mutz, number 7. Mutz 1 for 3 today. Scored a couple of times. He walked in the first. Mutz came into today batting .409. So still flirting with that 400 as he takes a pitch inside. Again, I'm in the press box, so I'm shaded. We're protected from the wind. There's a little bit of heat in here. I'm freezing with a couple of layers on. I'm looking at Mutz out there with just a short sleeve shirt. 3 balls and no strikes. To the senior from Swarthmore, right down the street, Strathaven product of the Central League. And I mentioned no more stolen bases, and we do have one. And it turns into a run. But an out at second base. So 1 run does come in to score for run number 10, but an out at second base. And that will do it for Swarthmore here in the bottom of the 8th. We've played 8. We have an 18-10 ball game coming back. Welcome back, top of the ninth. One more inning to go here in an 18-10 ball game. Wrapping up the bottom of the eighth, just if you're keeping score, of course, we had a stolen base by Reynolds. He ended up scoring on a throw from the catcher, an errant throw from the catcher. Mutz walked on that play and tried to advance to second on the error down the left field line, but he was tagged out, extending the walk to second base, and that turned out to be out number 3. So Mutz gets the base on balls. And as we move now to the top of the ninth, we have a new pitcher on the mound for the Garnet. This is pitcher number 9 for the day, Alex Rimmerman. He's a freshman from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. 11.81 ERA, 1-2 on the year, his 6th appearance. He's facing Palente. One ball and 2 strikes to number 11. Palente from Council Rock South. That one just misses. Count goes 2-2. The entire field now in the, not in the dark, I should say, but it has lost the sun for the day. And that is strike number 3, looking for Palente.
Now batting 17, Matt Donchez.
In steps number 17, Matt Donchez, the junior from Jamison, Pennsylvania, Archbishop Wood. Donchez 1 for 3 officially today. He's got a couple of walks. Had the big bomb, a home run in the 7th. Ball's flying out of here today, especially with how cold it is. Usually you got to get it a little bit warmer, a little bit more humid to see some of the balls that we've seen flying. In the bottom of the 9th, Swarthmore will be down to his final 3 outs. We'll see 3, 4, and 5. That run that he scored in the bottom of the 8th, by the way, that was the first run they scored since the 5th. Swarthmore scored 9 runs in the first 5 innings, but went quiet after that. Tell you, Sylvester's still working hard behind the plate. I'm sorry? Actually, I spoke too soon. We have a new catcher behind the plate for Swarthmore. It's hard to see sometimes when they're wearing their gear. Hard to see numbers, but that's Ben Buckman, the freshman from Chapel Hill, North Carolina. Three and 2 to number 17. This one passed a diving second baseman into right field. A single for Donchez.
Now batting number 1, Paul Cook. Now batting number 1, Zach Sekelic.
Here comes number 1, Zach Sekelic, center fielder. 0 for 4 today. Struck out 3 times. Has walked. First pitch pops it up. Behind home plate. Nice play by Buckman for out number 2.
Now batting number 38, Ryan Hanna.
Here's Ryan Hanna, number 38, stepping in. Two outs, a runner on here in the top of the 9th. That's some heat from number 6. In the Centennial tomorrow, a bunch of games. Swarthmore off, obviously. This game was supposed to be a Wednesday game, but they moved it. But Dickinson and Newman play tomorrow. Gettysburg travels to Lebanon Valley. Eastern is at Haverford. They have 2 mainline teams facing off against one another. Your Sinus travels to Immaculata. Muhlenberg travels to Scranton. And Catholic heads down to Baltimore to take on Johns Hopkins. But the big weekend is the one that's coming up as conference play opens up in the Centennial. This one just over the mitt and head of the second baseman and into right field. So first and third after the single from Hanna.
Now batting number 2, Alex Madera.
We go back to the top of the order for Madero. His 7th at bat for number 2. Swarthmore trying to get out of this inning without giving up any runs. That hasn't happened since the 4th. So this weekend is when the Centennial opens up. McDaniel and Franklin and Marshall will tangle. Dickinson will visit Haverford. These games on Saturday. Gettysburg, Muhlenberg. Washington College is here, as I mentioned, for a couple. Your Sinus heads to Johns Hopkins. So it will be a busy day on Saturday with all the Centennial teams taking off against one another. One ball and one strike to Madera. There's strike number 2. Again, Madera 2 for 3 today. He has scored 3 times, scored in the 6th, 7th, and 8th. Seems like a lifetime ago, but he led off the game with a single back in the 1st. Was stranded at 3rd. The 1-2 fouled back. Stays alive. This is the 4th straight inning Madera has an at bat. The 1-2 wide for a ball. Count goes 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 fisted away. We'll do it all over again. Here we go with a 2-2 again. That one taken to left field. And a run will come in to score. Madera, an RBI single. Donchez comes in. It is a 19-10 ball game. And for the 5th straight inning, Hunter Curley will step in. He batted in the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and now here in the 9th. And the sun has officially set, by the way, over Clothier. Curley already has 3 hits. "19 runs, 20 hits, and 1 error for Arcadia, compared to 10 runs on 9 hits, no errors. As that ball's hit hard to center field, deep, back, and up against the wall for out number 3 as Cook pulls that one in. That will do it for Arcadia here in the top of the 9th. Still a 19-10 ball game now as we head back down to the bottom of the 9th. 3 outs to go for the Garnet. Welcome back to the Garnet Sports Network. I'm Matt Fine. Bottom 9 of a marathon here at Clothier Field on the campus of Swarthmore. As we approach the 4-hour mark of this game, it started at 3:30. The sun is setting over eastern Pennsylvania. We have pitcher number 8 for Arcadia. Nick Doppolito, a sophomore. And first pitch swing, that's number 5 in Andrew Olson, and that is out number 1. So one away here, bottom 9.
Now batting number 12, Ben Buckman.
And this is number 12 stepping in, Ben Buckman, the freshman from Chapel Hill. We have an injury in right field. It's hard to see. No, that's Donchez out in right field, who's been all over the place today. He's been left field and right field. He's had a heck of a day. just what you need as we're approaching that 4-hour mark, as I mentioned. I'm not sure if he turned his ankle out there or if he cramped up. It's hard to see. But we have seen 29 runs in this game, 29 hits, just one error. All sorts of home runs to left and to right today, including a grand slam. Again, you start these games at 3:30 now because we hit daylight savings, but who would think you'd have a 4-hour ball game? It's not often that you see 29 runs between two teams. Still tending to the right fielder. That's Donchez. Looks like we're going to have a player come in for him. Buckman, by the way, looking for his first hit. 0 for 6 so far this year. As a freshman, that means he's still looking for hit number 1 in his collegiate career. Looked to me like 31 was heading out there. Vinnie Versace, the freshman, who's a great name, by the way. Versace, his nickname on the team is they call him Handbag, playing with the Versace name. It's one of the better nicknames you'll see. So Handbag now out in right field, first-year player from Hillsborough, New Jersey. And we have one out. Very little sunlight. The brightest thing on the field right now is that scoreboard, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree with all the runs that have been scored today. Pitch number 1 to number 12. Again, Buckman at the plate. Two balls, no strikes, one away here, bottom 9. Arcadia looking at win number 18. With the loss today, Swarthmore will fall to 7-13, 3-4 at home. But that's one of the great things about college baseball. You get to start again when the conference starts. So they'll try to start anew when they hit the weekend as they welcome Washington College to town. So number 12 goes down to first base. In steps number 37, Jet Shoe, a sophomore from Charlottesville, Virginia. The engineering major. Takes a first pitch strike. Shoe has 1 hit on the year. He's 1 for 5 this season. His 9th appearance. One ball, one strike to Shoe. That ball hit hard to center. And that is out number 2. So we had a Shoe at the plate, a Handbag in right field. That's the kind of game we've had today. 2 outs. Swarthmore down to its final out.
Now by number 33, Joe Radek.
And here's Radek, Joe Radek. sophomore outfielder from Middle River, Maryland. One more chance. Big swing and a miss. Reddick batting .200 on the year. He's got 3 hits in his 15 at-bats. He's down to his final strike, no balls and 2 strikes. Down the second we go. So runner at second, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. The 2-2 just missing. We've officially, actually not officially, we were 1 minute away from a 4-hour mark. And we have a 3-2 count with 2 outs. That one bounces in the dirt, and we have a base runner. So runners now at first and second. And this will officially put us over the 4-hour mark. And now they're going to talk about, do we have enough light and is it safe, or should we just call it? 2 pitches ago, that looked like a strike. That was a borderline strike. You would think after 4 hours they might just end this game, but now they're going to talk about it. We do have George Briggs. And it looks like we just called it. So 1 out away from completing this game. The game is now official. Your final 19-10. Arcadia, 19 runs, 20 hits, 1 error for Swarthmore, 10 runs on 9 hits. With the win, Arcadia moves to 18-3 on the year. And with the loss, the Garnet falls to 7-13 on the year. And that will do it for us here, getting ready for some weekend baseball. Misericordia is next for Arcadia. Washington College is next for Swarthmore. Those games we will have for you on Saturday, a doubleheader on the Garnet Sports Network. But for now, that is it. From Clothier, I'm Matt Fine. Have a wonderful evening, everybody.